Hello, 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 and welcome to another one line of code. I am One Lion, and I'm feeling a bit purple today. Is it this side? Yeah, that's my browser open on that monitor. I saw Scott. Scott says the first person has typed in chat. Yes, you have. DC Aggie's here yawning. It's a nice, calm start to a Thursday, it seems like. This music is super soothing, probably a bit boring, but I love it. It's my kind of music. Napalm is also here. Hello, Napalm. Hope you guys are having a fantastic Thursday. Is Thursday for you Americans also a holiday? No. Sunday is Easter, and Monday is Patriots Day. No, today is not an official American holiday, I should say. Holla, what? Hi, DVD. Patriots Day? I don't know. I just saw it on my garbage schedule. Let's find out together. What is Patriots Day? A state holiday in Massachusetts and Maine that commemorates the Battle of Lexington and Concord. So it's not across the entire US. Why is it on my garbage schedule then? No idea. Okay, anyway, we got Monday, Thursday holiday. Moundy. Moundy. Maybe they're trying to make it a thing? Maybe. Maybe they ship your garbage to New England. Potentially. So this whole thing with my garbage can, by the way, is still super duper confusing, man. It's so annoying. I think it was Mars that came in yesterday and was like, sometimes you need a little chaos. And it's like, yeah, we do. But that happens naturally. So I don't need any additional chaos. So with the garbage thing, you guys know the sequence of stuff that happened because I talk about it on stream. The bank account thing, the insurance thing, the garbage cans disappearing from the curb thing. And so the week after, 2 garbage cans showed back up at our driveway. I pulled them in thinking they were the replacement garbage cans, but they were kind of beat up. So I'm like, these kind of look like the same garbage cans that I was using. And then I recognized when I went to take the first garbage, when I went to put the garbage in that I had already had out in the garage, I was lifting up the lid and I scratched my thumb on the part that I always used to scratch my thumb on the other garbage can. And I'm like, oh, this is the same garbage can. And then that weekend, I got another garbage bin delivered to the driveway that looks different. And I was like, okay, maybe these are supposed to be the ones that are replacing it, which means that whoever took this garbage can brought it back. And I just don't get it. Why did that need to happen? But yeah, it's just been nonstop. I think that I have everything calmed down, everything's out of the way, taken care of, and then something else is like, oi, here's this thing that you need to pay attention to in the real world because people need a thing to do with their lives. It's like, I don't need this extra stuff, thanks. Anyway, moving on. So that was my opening rant, and we're done with ranting for hopefully the day. Unless you guys have stuff to rant about, you're more than welcome to. Again, try to keep the topics about the thing that happened and not about specific people, if possible. I mean, you may rant about like a program manager that we don't know, but if it is someone in our community or a certain class of people or type of people, then just be mindful of the way that you present it. That's all I'm asking. I keep saying that. Okay, so we've been working on RTRAC, making progress, cleaning things up little by little as we see them. I tried to make a list so that we can stay organized as we go along. What happened to my browser window? I closed it because I was done looking at the what is Patriots Day. We need this on screen. Someone once recommended to me using smart snap zones, and I don't know that I know how to set it up for layouts like this, where I want the browser to always take up this, this amount of space, and the IDE to take up this amount of space. Actually, I want it to take up the entire vertical space. So I just do it manually. This might make my planned class warfare difficult. It's okay, everything comes down to class, and that's fine. Actually, it's not fine. Yeah. So let's make 6-hour days and 4-day weeks a thing. TBD Gamer's like, I'm down. Where do I sign? DC Aggie says, at your local union. Can we just do work? Like, my preference is work as many hours as you are comfortable working. Don't prescribe to every individual how many hours they need to work in order to feel like they have accomplished their job. Because I enjoy my job. I don't know if you know this about me, but I enjoy my job and I enjoy doing the work. And I feel bad for working more than 8 hours and billing for it. So having to stop at 8 hours is kind of annoying. But that would be something that's extremely hard to regulate, because then there's the people that are just like, I'm going to claim that I work this amount of time and make as much money as I can. I worked a 24-hour day for 7 days a week. So it makes sense that it's not a thing. I was just saying. These prescribed things. There's so much to the way that our current world works that would just be nice if it didn't work that way. Moving on. Scott says, my job is the first and best job I've ever had. That is awesome to hear. Wait, where's the rant? TBD Gamer says, software development is cool because we have deliverables. So if we just agree to deliver something in a given window of time and people are happy with that, it shouldn't matter how many hours. Right, but then there is the other regulatory thing for that says, how do you estimate how much time would go into this thing in order to estimate the price of the product that you are delivering? So even if you are doing a product-based fixed fee type of thing, typically I think it's still based on the amount of effort, number of man hours, number of FTEs that are spent on that, plus some markup. So much that is just too difficult when it comes to dealing with time and money. 0 hours, 100% markup. Man, it's so funny, DC Aggie. I keep trying to read your message that has all of those acronyms, and my eyes are like, they just slip right off of it. Like, I don't want to try to process that. But yeah, I'm assuming that's the acronym for your union. Are you actually part of a union? Because that's kind of cool. Scott says, no deadlines, no expectations. I decide what to do and make, and way above average salary, working from home a lot, getting lots of bonuses, and using Blazor. You just described my job. I mean, I guess I do have like loose deadlines, and of course, you know me, I put myself under a pressure of, I said I'm going to deliver this feature, this update, this fix in this amount of time. I'm going to do it in that time or better. So I kind of stress myself out. But I mean, I don't have to do that at all. I could just say, all right, I'll get to work on that. It'll be done when it's done, and they'll be okay with it. But I hope they are usually okay with it because they have seen my work ethic and trust that I will be doing my best to get it done in a timely manner and not messing around. um, President Not Sure is here. Hello, President Not Sure says, if I work more than 40 hours in a week, I have to bill for overtime. Yeah, and I am FLSA exempt essentially, so no overtime for me as a 1099. I have to bill for overtime. My rate goes way up in that case. It's in the contract. Oh, mine isn't. Mine is definitely my rate is my rate, which is not. I wouldn't want them to have the burden of paying me time and a half or whatever overtime is going to be considered, because that would be completely voluntary on my part since I set my own schedule. Anyway, so I have to get approval for overtime first. Yes. Yeah. And I used to be able to do overtime when I worked as a W-2 for the contractor company, but now as an individual contractor, I can't. For me, 40 hours is too long for my taste, 8 per day, really. I'd prefer 6-hour days. I'd probably still get things done soon enough. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I'm pretty sure each one of you that are talking in chat, those of you that are lurking, you are most likely the types of developers that, given 6 hours, well, no, let's start at 8. Given 8 hours, you will accomplish the thing. Given 6 hours, you will accomplish the same thing. And possibly given 4 hours, you would accomplish the same thing. Essentially, you decide how much work you want to do and spread it over the amount of time that you're allotted in a given day. Just my guess. I'm not saying that that is a lazy thing. I am not calling that a negative trait or a negative habit. I think it's a psychological thing that we just do naturally. And I don't judge you for it if you do fall under that. And I could be completely wrong, of course. I am always leaving room for just, that is my opinion, that could be completely wrong. But I get the feeling that if you had 4 hours to do the thing that you did today, that you spend 8 hours doing today, you would get that thing done just fine. Especially if you aren't going to be taking any kind of pay cuts. Because I think a lot of what most people are concerned with is the value of the work that they do, not the amount of time they spend doing the work. Again, opinions, guessing. If you disagree, please feel free to speak up, and don't take my opinions as gospel truth, what you should be believing. They are only my own thoughts. I'm out of breath. I have a really not really bad, because I've had worse headaches than this, but I have a pretty bad headache today, and my heart is racing. I'm out of breath. I don't know why. It's kind of annoying. So then DC Aggie said, if you work extra hours without being paid for it, you are dulling your value and the value of your coworkers. True. And of course, I don't have coworkers, but I definitely charge for the amount of time that I work, as I mentioned before. Yes, hydrate is what I'm definitely doing. Resting, that's subjective. But yeah, I'm definitely not doing work for free or anything like that myself. I am billing for, to the minute, what I am at my desk, at my computer for that duration. And of course, I allow myself a 15-minute break every 2 hours. And what amounts to essentially a 1-hour lunch break when I do my exercise in the mornings. And then on Fridays, the 2-hour lunch break. Unpaid. Anyway, so this is RTRAC. This is what we've been working on lately. It is currently a .NET Framework MVC application using .NET Framework 4.7, 4.8, 4.7.2. So this is what's currently deployed, and we are bringing it over to .NET Core and upgrading it to Blazor, and also kind of reskinning it, giving it a new UI look and feel. We found some situations that we were wanting to update and fix, such as in when we are now displaying the set of labs that the user has access to, we're only showing records that match that lab. So right now I have AR selected. Now I have EF selected, and we only see EF records. That's in COC check. That's in submit TRN. I'm really, really not happy with the performance of this menu. And I'm hoping it's just because of the size of the menu. Like when I'm zoomed in, but no, I think I would still have the same issue. Maybe I should. No, I don't know how I would fix that at all. Because what's happening is I'm hovering over the text itself. And then I'm trying to move to submit TRN, for example, and I'm trying to do that by going straight to it. And instead I am passing over the next menu item and moving down to it. So I wonder if there is something that I can do to fix that. Maybe I could just move the submenu over further so that when I'm moused over this, it actually is like it starts where this U is. Let's just see what that looks like. Okay, so that would be this one. And we have hover turned on. Just kidding. Just kidding. We have hover turned on. Ampersand. For the actual submenu, we would have you be position absolute. Left is going to be 100%. So let's do 100% just to look at it. Minus 10 character, which I guess would just be, I said minus. Right, and then a Z index of 13 for this one in particular. Oh, crap. Oh, no, this is right. This is right. Interesting that it will not be a Z index that is higher than its parent. It's not even its parent. It is a sibling. What? Interesting. So what if your Z index is 1? Yeah, that's not going to be good because this is display block by default. So Z index is not, or inline block or something. So Z index is not going to take effect. Oh, position static is why. Interesting. Well, that's going to be fun. Web development with its own Z fighting problems. Yay. Doesn't matter. That's not what we're working on right now. We're still working on getting the core logic restored. So we were looking through all of the menus to see what potentially needs an update. And then I think we found an error in the output ones. These aren't going to, well, actually it did work. Okay, good. So this is also filtering out by lab number the submitted TRNs for the given time period. Good. Excuse me, where did that come from? Oh yeah, and then President Usher said the new deal is what set the laws for the 40-hour week, overtime, etc. The 40 hours was debated. Unions pushed more for 30 hours a week, but they couldn't get that passed. Sounds like 40 hours was a compromise. And then DC Aggie was encouraging me to hydrate and rest. And what's a good break? I missed it. Cool. And if possible, if at all possible, try to ignore the current styling issues because that's not what we're focused on for this effort currently. Unload TRNs. I want to know if this actually works. Can we unload TTAB? No. So unload is, oh yeah, 1 to 2 hours. So I start the workday at 4:30 in the morning, do exercise at 7:30 to 8:30. And then on Fridays specifically, we have community day from 10:30 to 12:30. My time, of course. And I don't bill for that 7:30 to 8:30, nor the community day time. And that gives me 1:30 to 3:30 at the end of most days. That's a buffer time for if I don't feel like I did the entire, like if I spent a lot of my stream telling a story about how I got shafted by the insurance company, then I'm like, that is not work related and I'm not going to bill work for that. So I tack it on to the end of my normal workday. Or sometimes I just leave it off and I bill for 7 hours or whatever. And then the next day I'll work the extra hour or over the next few days because I round my time card to the nearest 15 minutes at the end of the pay period. Or I guess it's not pay period. So my pay periods are monthly. It is over 9,000. Dukasoft, hi, welcome in. Sorry I didn't greet you immediately, but hello and welcome in. So the way that I do the billing or the timekeeping is that I start my timer right when I sit at my computer and open up Visual Studio and start working. Because it's pretty much right when I'm sitting down at the, well, usually Visual Studio is already open, but right when I sit down at the keyboard, I start hacking away. And then, so I start the timer then, and when I go to do the exercise stuff, I hit the pause button on the timer. When I come back to the computer, I unpause the timer. And then for community day, I pause it when I start the stream, and then I unpause it after the stream, and then I stop it at the end of the day. And whatever minute it ends on when I stop it, that's what I leave in there. And then at the end of the reporting period, which is a 2-week period, that's when I round the last day to the nearest 15 minutes on the actual time card itself. So if I accumulated essentially 45 minutes by stopping it on the minute, and I'm at 42 minutes, I'll round it up to 45 minutes on the last day. And that is in the contract. So that one, at least I'm I'm okay with doing. Breathing, breath. But how are you doing on this fantastic Thursday, Duka? Duka. No, we aren't doing anything with it. I'm just verifying. Okay, actually we are doing something with this page. The edit TRNs list is not filtering by lab. So that's one page. Let's just get it open. I'm gonna close everything except for one example page, and the example page is gonna be record check. What am I doing? Close all but pinned. Keep record check open, and we're gonna go to the edit TRN. And this one needs to have, it needs to have the filtered TRNs, which it does. This is using the filtered TRNs. That's weird. Just home from a 9-hour walk in the zoo? Awesome. I'm glad you had the chance to go to the zoo though. I hope you enjoyed your time there. Got to see a lot of the awesome animals that exist in this world. At least the ones that you have examples of. Yeah, I do too, DC Aggie. The place that I loved the most was when we lived in Missouri. We lived close to the botanical gardens, close enough to the botanical gardens, and a zoo. Right? The zoo was in Missouri? I know there was a zoo in Washington State that we loved. And the other thing that I loved about, oh yeah, and Six Flags, St. Louis, when we were in Missouri. Yes, Poppy. Happy whatever day it is to you. My dad just texted me. Give me a second. Ah. Thanks, Dad. The red panda. Oh, I love red pandas. You're so kawaii. You know what I think it is? Like, I feel like I'm breathing as heavy as, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Is it Cillian or Cillian Murphy? I don't know how to pronounce his name. But you guys know him. He played Scarecrow, Oppenheimer. So we watched Small Things Like These yesterday, and really slow moving movie. Kind of awkward statement piece type of movie. If you're into it, if you're into seeing like messages surrounding, he kind of looks like Halsey in this picture. Messages, or I guess I should say Halsey looks kind of like him. Anyway, it's slow moving, talks about some of the, it's based on a true story, blah, 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 blah. I don't know what to say about it. It's there. So we watched it, but throughout the whole movie, he's just got this heavy feeling. And every time it's just him staring out into space, he's like, and that's really how I feel right now. It's really hard to breathe, hard to catch a breath. Oh, and I have a small headache that's getting bigger, but I'm hydrating. I'm doing it. He was in an Inception? I don't remember you being in Inception. Do I? I watched this like last month again. I love this movie. Fisher Inception. Oh, okay. He was the, oh my gosh. He was there in the whole entire movie. How did I? That's so weird. I totally didn't remember this being him. It looks so young and not as angled. Weird. Anyway, good movie too, Inception. And yes, I guess he does kind of look like Christian Bale. A little. Not very much, though. Wait for middle age. You'll have that feeling over and over. Are you telling me that? Because I'm a little past middle age. Just a little. I'm 42, 43, 42. What do you mean I'm not past middle age? I mean, I guess I'm planning on having a health span of about 100 years and then live another 20 years past that. So I guess 60 would be middle age, but yeah, exactly. I mean, I don't disagree with you there. But again, age really doesn't have as much to do with your oldness as your perception, your own personal perception. You decide. Your body might tell you things, but I don't know. I'll leave that one alone because there's that one's bordering on the my opinion is very particular about that kind of thing. And I don't want to say things that I am. And um no, I'm not calling you one of the smartest peoples in the world. Now, if you're calling you dumb, that's on you. What is this? What is this? Dang it. Oh man, I wanted to read that before I started the stream. So DC Aggie, I really meant to read this before starting the stream today. I'll read it before tomorrow's stream so that if you have things that you bring up about it, or if there's just things that I like about it that I want to talk about, then I'll have that in mind. So if you're wondering where that link came from, it's in Discord. It's in the general channel. And it is called What is Vibe Coding Really? I mean, I don't think, like, I have made the decision now that I am not going to be okay with the term vibe coding, no matter how they spin it. I'm just choosing not to like it, even if it is the original intent was to be something better than what it appears to be. But that's a me thing. Okay, edit TRNs. We are going to find out why this list is not actually filtering by the active lab. It's probably because this is returning our lab codes in a way that doesn't match our active lab. Yeah, so we're going to need to see these labs that are returned by this query. So let's take a quick glance at them. Console.writeLine, and we'll just do a JSON serialize. trns.return object. Because I'm too lazy. All right. So back in our console, we have an exception. Why do we have an exception? There's an exception in our link. Sequence contains no elements. Am I doing a dot first somewhere in here? I guess I really should have checked to see if it was even this file or if it was somewhere else that we're getting the error. It is in TRN management. Okay, so we're going to get to that later. For now, we want this edit TRNs page. Wait, why is this giving me an error in TRN management when the page we are on is edit TRN? TRN email, TRN edit. Oops. Okay, so TRN management then is most likely, so this is TRN/view mode. We're ducking wins again. So DC Aggie says, I'll be spending all day Sunday doing it. Vibe coding? That's right, you're doing the AI coding challenge, or is it a contest? Is it a jam? What are they calling it? And again, I really, really do hope you enjoy it. Hackathon. Okay. Like, it was talked about in TBD stream, and it's gonna be talked about constantly. So hopefully I can still work while talking about it. I don't know that I'll be able to, but I still think that there is a positive way to look at using AI as a tool in the software development process, and in a less acceptable statement. I don't even want to say it until tomorrow because it's something that really, really deserves to be discussed. Like, I keep refining the way that I'm saying it too, but anyone should be allowed to use it to create whatever product they want. Anyone, however they want to use it. And I'll tell you why if you're interested, but I also just want to reserve that for a full-on discussion. Yeah, that made my heart beat faster. But I will present without entering to win. What does that mean? Like, you're just going to participate in it, but not actually join the hackathon officially? Or you just mean that you're approaching it from a, I'm gonna do it, but I don't care whether or not I win? Oh, you're just gonna opt out of the contest part. You just want to submit your hackathon project. Oh, cool. Okay. Cool. Yes. So DC Aggie is saying, I will present without entering to win. I'll happily report my thoughts a week from tomorrow. It means I'll participate, but ask not to be eligible to win because I work for the sponsoring org. Excuse me with all of the hiccup burps and heavy breathing. Refresh TRN list. This is why we have this one open, because I already forgot what we did yesterday. This is bad. This is really bad. Thank you so much for the follow. That is super duper appreciated. I really appreciate you being here. I do not show the names of people that follow. That way you don't feel like you're being targeted or singled out or anything, unless you feel like chatting yourself. and want to say hi, want to introduce yourself, then you are very, very welcome to. President Usher says, gotta go update my Apple devices, including this one. Good luck. There's an update. May as well do it while I'm not using it. How do you get anywhere? I think it's doing it. I think it's doing it. Did mine this morning. I'm on public beta for iOS. I guess I will be. Is that what it's updating to? 18.4.1? No, I don't think so. It says beta updates are off. Okay, so for anyone that happens to be new to the stream, I am One Lion. I am working on my official work product, which is I maintain a whole bunch of applications for the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. Most of them are geared around, what am I doing? Are geared around environmental maintenance and doing compliance reporting and all of the things, man. I'm sorry, I'm like totally struggling to figure out what I'm doing, what I did with this code base. So anyway, they are structured around being able to monitor and report on environmental situations in the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge and surrounding communities. We had a large situation happen a long time ago. That situation got cleaned up, and so now we're just monitoring groundwater, soil, air quality, animals, and stuff, and making sure that none of the hazards are still around. We also track our treatment plants through these applications and water flow and all the things. And so that's what we're doing. Okay, do I really want to do this in on parameters set? Like the reason this is not good to me is because we have multiple parameters. No, we have one parameter. And so I don't know, it's just kind of scary to think about this getting run every single time the parameters get set, as opposed to checking for changed parameter. So like what I would maybe do is compare the view mode. Hello, Full of Snubble. Private. View mode. View mode. How is your Thursday going, Snubble? Okay, so if current view mode does not equal view mode, then we will do the return. Else we'll return not you. Putting this in the wrong place. I'm not used to having a method before my what are these called? Life cycle methods. So I like to put all of my life cycle methods first. Then all of my internal methods. Yeah, and that one's a timer. Then the other one that we have is the on active, no, not role, on labs loaded. And the reason that we have that one is because if we first load this page, then the lab list for the current user has not loaded yet. And so it's going to be entirely possible that we hit this and there are no labs available, so we aren't going to do the query. So we just listen for on labs loaded, which will only ever happen once per application run. Ow, ow. So that will only be relevant if we're on this page when the labs finish loading. So Snabble replied with, vibe coding, been all the rage at Microsoft last stream. Everyone talked about MCP, but what is MCP? Yeah, what is MCP? DC Aggie says, I propose a vibe coding tax. If you use the phrase, you must put $1 in the swear jar. I mean, vibe jar. Agreed. Agreed. Okay, then if user state, so we need to go to this refresh list. User state dot active lab is null or white space. We do nothing. Didn't we have different logic for this? Excuse me, record check. You're the one that I'm supposed to be using. Here. Or if trns is null. Why isn't that the same here? You're supposed to be the same logic. Okay, so if we already have loaded TRNs, oh gosh, yeah, I know I'm gonna run into an issue because when we, no, we aren't gonna run into an issue. I was thinking that this is one of those screens where we could eventually get rid of the lab lot and then we'd need to update this list, but it's not. So we're fine. And again, we aren't using any kind of messaging like Signal R or anything else for this page to listen for somebody has uploaded a new lab lot for that, for the lab you have selected. I'm really trying to keep talking and explain the thought processes. That way, if you have any interjectory thought processes, I'd be able to receive them. And especially for those of you that are only listening and do want to know what's going on, then I like to narrate what I am actually doing. But man, I just keep running out of breath. Okay. And I'm pretty sure it's not COVID because I haven't been anywhere. I guess I got my mail yesterday, and we get our groceries delivered. I don't know how well, how much of an issue that is. Well, we have not physically interacted with anyone in quite some time. Okay. Filtered TRNs list should now be updated for the TRN management page. Which is going to be called filtered lab lots. Why it's called filtered lab lots here and filtered TRNs in most other places, I do not know. But I guess that means we can test this out and then keep looking for other places where we need to filter by lab. And we also need to decide what to do when that given filtered TRN list contains no items. DC Aggie says, if I ever show up at your door with a board game and a pizza, I'll also have a recent negative COVID test. Thanks for letting me know that, but you will still be a physical person. Like right now, it's cool because you're a digital person. As soon as it becomes physical and an in-person event, I might dissemble a little too quickly and hide in my closet, crouched in the corner, rocking back and forth because someone knocked at my door. It's dumb, but I'm choosing not to do anything about it. So it's on me. And I'm not complaining about it either. Other people are complaining about it. Okay, did I actually run? We ran. So we're still getting errors. Oh, no, we're not. The page didn't refresh on its own. Oh, yes, we are. Sequence contains no elements at line 245. Oops. Wait, line 245 in the .razor.cs. Okay, in the code behind. This has 245? What the? There is no first. So why am I using first here and not first or default? It seems that I am expecting there to be a sample number. By the time we get here. Which means that we need to tell this thing that if we don't have an active, where's sample numbers getting populated? If we don't have active records, then we shouldn't do anything at all. Are you nullable? You are not nullable. Okay, so if sample numbers.count is 0, then we don't do anything. We are the pirates who don't do anything. We just cancel. Cancellation token sources. That was perfect adaptation of that song. Cool. Load the labs, don't break. There you go. Okay, so the other thing that's happening is we aren't clearing the loading status. So we have some things to fix. Yeah, again, if you can ignore the UI for now, a lot of this is just the copy pasta from the original. And I want to clean it up. We will clean it up, but right now we're focused on functionality. So we're looking for the placeholder. Yeah, we're looking for this placeholder first, which is where? Here. TRN response is null. TRN response, even though we should have gotten back 0 records, TRN response should have eventually gotten a value back. Stop it with this. We're checking for null above it. Is that true? Are you fibbing me? Okay. So on load, we try refresh TRN's list. Because we don't have a lab, we just return await invoke async status changed. After the labs finally load, then we get the on labs loaded, which calls refresh TRN list. This time we should have an active lab, otherwise there wouldn't be an item selected in this list. And we also have a TRN response that is null, which means that it will not have been an instantiated object with was error false and record count greater than 0. So this fails, this is false. And we have 2 falses, which means that we should have gone here. But we didn't do the actual get yet. How are you doing the what? How are you doing the initial load? How was it doing it before? Okay, let's navigate away from this page and back to it real quick just to see if there are any values. Which one is this? Edit TRN. There are, and they aren't filtered either. And they aren't filtering when I update. Where did I? Oh, man. What am I doing? What I am doing? Am I thinking about this correct? On initial load of the page, we set up our event handlers. We try to do the refresh TRN. Refresh TRN will exit immediately because we don't have an active lab. Then on labs loaded gets called. We try to do refresh TRN list again. This passes because we do have an active lab that is not null or white space, and TRN list response is null. So then we check for this, and since TRN list response is null and return object is null, then this entire thing will evaluate to false. Okay, so then we're down here. This is really, really ugly code. And so we tried to get the distinct lab lot list. Which is the method that we fixed last time, so that it is giving us back the correct information. And yeah, we went through that whole thing. I remember doing that. Then if filtered lots is greater, or is an instantiated object, is an instance of an object whose count property is greater than 0, then we will set the request models lab lot to filtered lab lots and start our get details timer. If not, we do nothing else. But by this point, why are you setting? Oh, yeah, okay, so we're clearing to default. At this point, by the time this thing finishes, we should have a TRN response. So that's what we're going to double check. My head. Console right line. Sure, I like that. And then we may as well print out the lots. TRN response object, return object is what I said. Select lab lot display. You don't have a lab lot display? What are you? What even? Right. So what I did here is that I just added a console write line so that we can inspect in the console whether we got a TRN response or not. And this will be null. So I'm gonna toString this and default it to null or nan. This way we can tell whether or not we have a TRN-less response with return object. Oh, count is int. I mean a long. An int. Weird. Okay, we're gonna test this out. Also, did I mention that last weekend, my wife and I finally played more Tainted Grail on the new table. Okay, so 3 lab lots found, and they're empty. I mean, this is better than it was before because it did refresh. So the only thing that I added was this final invoke async state is changed. And again, the reason that I'm using invoke async in this method is because it has the potential to be called from a timer timeout. And if we're running a Blazor server, that usually runs on a different thread than the UI thread. And so this guarantees that we switch to the UI thread. But we're going to have the same issue here if get TRN details is called from anywhere else, like here. This is the timer timeout. Whatever. We will cross that bridge when we get there. I thought I saw a state has changed in this method that was not an invoke async. Okay, so it's here. Never mind. We don't have to worry about it because all of the other status changes calls are invoke async. And that means that oh, right. But we're also calling it from this method, event handler. So we're being careful with how we are calling those UI updates. The question is, why did this not actually print out our lab lots? Probably because... No, I don't know. Am I even in the right file still? Goodness. Console write. Thank you. TRN response, return object, select lab lot. And if that's null, then we get a new... Yeah. So we know that TRN-less response, return object, dot count is 3, which tells us the return object is not null. The TRN list response is not null. So this should actually have given us 3 comma-separated lab lot combinations. Even if they are empty string lab, empty string lot, we should have seen 2 commas. And we're not seeing any commas. So why is that? But we are seeing the actual lab lots up here. It's very interesting. A parentheses is missing. And how did it compile? How did that compile? Yeah, I mean, usually it is that, but that was weird that it was telling me it's missing a closing parentheses. Yeah, this is closing string.join. Oh my gosh. I see. So no, we weren't missing a parentheses there because this is in this question mark collection initializer is for this lambda link expression. For this one though, okay, this is the one that you were actually talking about. Sorry. I don't think it needs it, but we'll do it. We'll do it. I think you only need to use parentheses in an interpolated string when you're using a ternary operator, not a null coalescing. Yeah, the weird thing is that it is printing out the number of lab lots found, but then this is the thing that's giving us no results. Our string.join. Mana mana do do. I don't know how to sing this, but hopefully I'm doing okay. Do do do. Do 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 do. What song is it? I don't know it. Parentheses around the return. I mean, we shouldn't have to do that either because it is one argument to string.join, and it should know that. But just in case, we'll try it. I don't mind trying it though. I really don't. Whoa, what was that? I don't know. I don't know. This is very odd. Okay, so I think we just need to take a closer look at this entire component. No, you're okay. I appreciate it. Thank you, Scott. Thank you for at least suggesting a thing. I am appreciative. And how are you, Thin Dal Tridapper? If you like a thin Dal, try Dapper. Oh my goodness. Data access layers are the bomb. Yeah, this is just so odd. How about if we do this instead? Instead of printing that out, we're going to JSON serializer dot serialize the entire return object, even if it's null. null. Why? Because I was using the wrong variable. Scott saw it. We saw it at the same time. You probably saw it first, but lag. Okay. All right. So we don't need this anymore because we know that we're getting a valid TRN response. So, and in any case, it is also showing us the lab lots up here. The weird thing is when we select this first lab lot, it is not loading our details, and it should be doing so. And on top of that, it is not using the filtered list of lab lots to populate our lab lot list, which is this one here, even though why are we in TRN service suddenly? Even though we have updated the filtered lab lots to include where active lab is equal to the active lab. So this first list at the very, very top should be based on the filtered lab lots list. Okay, so that is our next thing to check, is what is our lab lot list? Refresh list. Okay, so one thing is going to be that we're going to do the refresh lab lot list while we change the dropdown. So I needed an invoke async state is changed. We found that out from the other UI elements, UI components. The second one is here. We need to check what our filtered lab lots list is. Console write line, JSON serializer, or non-looping JSON converter, whatever. Oh my goodness. Work with me. Serialized pasta? Serialized pasta. Pasta in a magazine. Happy pasta. Okay, our filtered list is giving us all of the lab lots. Why? Because I put or, maybe, instead of and? That's my first guess. Filtered lab lots. Aha. This needs parenthesis. Oh. And okay, so we only show TTs, we have no EFs, and only ARs. Perfect. So the next thing to fix is when we switch, we need to make sure that we are selecting a lab lot that exists in the list. So if our currently selected lab lot which I'm sure I am holding on to in a variable somewhere. It'll be this request model lab lot. And that'll be here. Are we making it here? We aren't making it here. So all that I want to do is add this to this list of things that we're going to exit early for. Why are you giving me a space? We don't want a space. Okay, and then we can get rid of this, hopefully. Hopefully. And we got 2 await invoke async status changed. I know, right? Cut. Katakana. And then of course we're gonna do, we're replacing a lot of our UI stuff, like the loader that's up here, that's just text. We're gonna replace it with a full screen loader. So like right now we should be seeing loading and nothing really in here. And then when it loads, then we're good to go. Good to go. Okay. So we don't know whether or not, I mean, it has to be getting updated, right? This is so odd. Odd indeed. So I was recently writing some PowerShell scripts, and what I was wanting to do here, which we could do, is make a label called set active, set active lab lot. And up here, we could just do go to set active lab lot. Wait, I thought you could, I thought you could use labels. Yeah. Again, PowerShell. Who's angry at this? Hopefully it's not triggering anyone. Another thing that I've done for this, by the way, I am honestly interested in your opinion if you're paying attention and if you have time to think about it. But one thing I have done is I've wrapped my entire method body in a try finally. And this way, any exceptions will still get thrown, but I will always perform this operation. And that is one technique that I've used for reducing repeated code. So is this okay? Does this have side effects that I'm not aware of? So Scott uses try finally. Especially with is loading and finally is loading. So in that case, I would definitely use the try finally for sure. For sure. But this one is just because I have something that I want done regardless of what branch it goes through. And even if there is an exception, I always want this done. No, the refresh TRN list is a method callback for when we change our active lab. When the labs first load, so like if we refresh the page and the application is loading to this page first, our lab list is not available until it finishes all of the authorization stuff. And then And then we have an error because the app is no longer running. And then this on labs loaded only ever happens once per application load. So it gets called there, it gets called here, and it gets called when we first navigate to the page from any other page and the application is already running. The thing that stopped happening from all of the changes that I've made so far is that it no longer is setting the active lab lot to the one that's in the list, which is very, very surprising. Thank you so much for the lurk, Thindle. Gonna watch some cartoons. I hope you enjoy them. I've been watching Moonrise lately as my cooking show, my dinner show. So I normally watch a show while I'm cooking dinner. And unfortunately, I still can't natively understand Japanese, so I do have to listen to any anime that I decide to watch during cooking in dub, which I'm not the biggest fan of. But yeah, so the thing about the thing about Moonrise is that it feels very disjointed if you aren't actively watching it. It's really hard for me to follow what's going on. And tongue twisters don't help. Taka, takaida. All right. So according to this, dude. I could just print out the lab lot display, but whatever. Let's just serialize everything all the time. Do it again. This time without sucking. Anyway, bye-bye. I'm sure that's exactly how that's supposed to be read. Be back in a bit. Bye-bye, Aib. So yes, we are setting the active lab lot. So I think if we didn't have it as the active lab lot, we would not see. Oh, okay. I think I remember what I did to break it. But we would not see a selected item in my custom select list component. So this is just a custom select list component because I wanted to be able to provide a list of whatever type of object I wanted to and have it display. Because are you whatever object or are you, yeah, of T item. And that T item must satisfy nothing. There is no must satisfy. I guess what happens is that my T item that I'm using for it, I am assuming that I will have an override for toString. How much you want to bet that's what this kid is doing? Thank you so much for the lurk, TBD. You guys are amazing. You're so supportive, so amazing. Great stream earlier as well. Great stream yesterday, Thindle. Your satisfaction is not guaranteed. True. I would do it differently now where I would have an interface for a select item object that requires a display name and a value property. But what I think I did is lablot item has an override toString. I don't see it. I don't see it. How do you know how to print this thing out? It doesn't matter. We aren't working on that component at the moment. It's going to drive me nuts like a pirate and his captain's wheel. It's so confusing. We add the items to the list. Say selected items has changed. Items. How am I printing? Stop looking at it. You're just going to get frustrated. Item template. Duh. Okay, super easy. I provided a way for you to do your own display using item template. I say you, but I mean me, because obviously. So this is essentially what should display in the list. And also the other reason, I remember now, the other reason that I have this as a custom component is because I wanted to be able to talk over myself and say too many words at the same time before I'm done saying the previous word. And we can't quite understand parallel speech yet, was because I wanted HTML, to be able to use HTML in my select list. And if you just use a regular select element, that even if you have multiple turned on, it's really difficult to add HTML content to your items. So that's my select list. Okay. That said, man, I really don't like looking at this file. It is very ugly. So what I think I did, by the way, is here. I'm not populating sample numbers unless sample numbers is a read-only property. It is. And these are all relying on the unfiltered return object. That's not good. We need to use the filtered object, filtered lab lot list. But we can't because lab lot item does not have, what? TRN data response. Never mind. We aren't filtering anything on TRN data. Why did I name these like this? What am I doing to myself? Okay. So we should have sample numbers, except we don't have a TRN data response. Where is TRN data response getting populated? Probably in our timer. So our timer, after we call refresh lab lot list, refresh TRN list, so inconsistent. I want to consistentize all of it. We start our timer. So let's go to that. Our get timer. Wait, what oh, did I delete it on accident? No. It would be here if I deleted it. Let's look anyway. What are the chances I deleted the timer elapsed? 0. Parameter set. And I don't have anything. Oh, here it is. Okay. So I am setting the elapsed. Why am I setting it there? How awkward is that? Refresh TRN list. What? This was only 3 years ago. It doesn't make sense to register to an event callback unless for whatever reason I'm deregistering from that callback in this method. I'm not. Yeah, so it doesn't make sense because this is going to constantly register another instance of this method. This should be done in initialize. Should be done once per load. And what is all this extra stuff down here? Anyway, this is where we're deregistering from the timer. I also want to make sure that the timer is stopped. And just to use the full dispose, we'll do garbage collector.suppress finalize because everything should be handled here. Oh, this. And the only reason that I do that is because I don't want to see the code suggestion for this line for all of my disposes. And I could just suppress them, but I don't know. It's just what I chose to do. I'll take suggestions, of course. This is the one that I really just want to ignore throughout the entire application, but I think I mentioned this before where I do want to see these warnings so that I can look at the actual parameter itself to see if maybe this should truly be an auto property and I'm trying to do something like raise an event that it has changed inside of the setter because now I have a better way of doing it. So instead, as I review each one, I'm going to suppress only the instance of it in code. And I'm going to go ahead and put it around the whole thing just to make it more readable to me. But like this is a case where this parameter is being populated by the page's route. Although I saw TBD using something that I had never used before. And TBD is relatively new to Blazor, so that's why he is most likely going to find all of these patterns and stuff that I haven't picked up on because I got swamped with things and I stopped learning new things, which is really sad. It's really sad. That's annoying. I got rid of one warning to get 2 more code suggestion. But I'm going to try that real quick. There was a route parameter. Oh man, what even was it? So this is developers.stream, which is TBD's side project that is open source. And he is in initial build. So once initial build is done, he said that he will fully open source it. But right now he's still in the process of getting things together, structured, and I'm assuming he put it in client. No? How long has it been since you pushed TBD? Components? Pages? Man, what was it? If anyone knows what I'm talking about, I'd be happy to hear. Do you have a separate component? Yeah, you do. Nice. Good. Good job. Good job, you. But I still don't see the component that I was thinking of that has an attribute. I know he's stepped away, but it had an attribute, a parameter attribute that looked like it was specific for parameters that are used to get their values from the route. Oh, I'm looking only in his code behind, assuming that he does not have any code blocks in the regular .razor files. Whoa! I don't know how to read that. Supplicar parametre. Was that close? Was that anywhere close? But hello, Adrian. Welcome in. Hope you're having a fantastic Thursday. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Let's try good old Jewel. Okay. Blazor parameter from route or URL. Why not? It was close. Wow. What's it mean? You were actually telling me the name of the parameter. You were just missing a few. You were missing a few letters. Okay, so supply parameter from query. So, okay, so this is telling me something else. Indicates that routing components may supply a value from the parameter from the current URL query string. And I want it from the route specifically. Okay, cool. But yes, that is exactly the parameter that I was remembering TBD using that I have never used, that I thought was going to be helpful here, but I don't think it is, because we're using this and what, bad. What I'm trying to do is constrain the parameter. I guess now that I'm looking at this is the verbiage I'm going to use. Constrain the parameter to be an enum. Because what the actual logic is doing is changing the string that is provided in the query, in the route, in the URL, to an enum by using enum.tryparse. And if it doesn't exist in my enums, if it's not a valid enum, it will default to view. And so I think the other thing that I'm supposed to do with this probably is instead of doing it in a full property, I should be doing it in public override parameters set, or set parameters async. First thing that we're going to do is do the parameters change. So forward that on. Thank you so much for the follow to async. So we're going to make sure that the set parameters happens first. I've had a lot of issues. Scott warned me against this, and I keep bringing up Scott because he has been vocal. I'm sure a lot of you do have knowledge as well about this, but you just aren't able to chat, or you just don't feel like chatting, which is absolutely okay. No judgments at all. But he was the one that introduced me to set parameters, and that there is a gotcha where if you do a whole bunch of operations before you call the base set parameters async, the chances that the parameter view itself is out of date goes up very, very quickly. Just open the Visual Studio stream, blast it out my eardrums, let the potential viewer beware. Thank you so much for that. What are they talking about? Language and runtime. Cool. I will lurk. And it'll be muted when I lurk first. Garbage collection. Oh yeah, I can tell that it's really loud because I have all of the restream channels that I lurk on 1% volume. And I can't hear either of these two, but I can definitely hear her. Hear them. I don't mean to presume. Yeah, that's going to get turned down a little bit more. And President Usher is saying, also, the client company that I work for was sold today. So we'll see what happens now. Hopefully they keep you as a contractor, as their provider. That would be awesome. I am going to pour energy into that being your reality, if you want it, of course. If you want it. I don't want to infringe on your free will. I can't imagine they'd get rid of me anytime soon. Cool. Good. Okay, so I talked about the set parameters async thing, and then what I probably should do is when we are doing the set parameters thing, that's when we're going to set the view mode. And there is no place inside of this code where I am manually setting the view mode myself. I don't think. We're just accessing _ view mode from that point. That is correct. All right, so what we're gonna do for this then is oh man, this is going to get called. So this is going to be another issue with calling set parameters async first, is that we are going to await set parameters async, and then this is going to get called before I actually update _ view mode. And I don't want to do all of this work that has an API call in it inside of my set parameters async. Just going to leave it as is for now, till I come up with a better solution or think through it betterly. But if they offered full-time instead, I'd listen. Oh, so you would work for them W2. Yeah, I wouldn't, but wouldn't it be dangerous for me to have this call here? So put the API call to refresh TRN's list inside of my set parameters. I mean, I guess I'm not expecting the view mode to change at all once you navigate to the page. It's if you navigate from this page to the view TRNs page. So from edit TRNs, you can go directly to view TRN, which is not necessarily a route. It is simply changing the view mode of the page, but it's done via updating the URL. Use cookies. I opt out. By continuing, you agree to use our cookies. You don't even get the opt-out. I don't want to use that website ever again. Open image in a new tab. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it's not the calling base set parameters that needs to happen first. It's set parameter properties, this, that needs to happen first. Okay, so I had that wrong in my head, and I need to fix that pattern. Parameters, try get value, parameter name, out var value. Use value as needed. Yeah, the issue is this. TRN near to string. Okay, so if man. Okay. Var view mode equals enum.tryparse view trn view mode. Okay. What am I doing wrong? Oh. Out var. Dang it, I want to reuse VM. Okay, so this is really ugly this way, but this is essentially what I'm trying to accomplish. I am capturing the view mode that is being passed in from the route as a string, turning it into the enum value. Then I need to set my view mode equal to view mode. I guess, yeah, here's more what I'm trying to do. This will be better. This will be more like Scott's straightforward example. If we can parse it, which means that it does exist, not parse it. We can extract. We were provided the view mode parameter in our dictionary of parameters, which is essentially what this is. The dictionary of parameters, kind of. So if we found the view mode parameter getting set in there, then we're going to underscore view mode. But can it actually automatically turn it into a TRN view model? Yeah, not view model, view mode. Because again, this parameter is coming from the route. And so the route can be anything, which means that it doesn't necessarily have to be a view mode. It could be bacon. It could be numbers. So that's why I want to do the try parse below so that we can default the view mode to the default view mode that I want. Yeah, cool. And then we can do if view mode has changed, essentially. And again, the thing that I am most concerned about is the await refresh TRN list, which is an API call that could take more than, let's say, 20 milliseconds. And that being called before await base.set parameters. Because it's entirely possible that the user will change the page. Which should be fine if we're disposing the page, like if we're changing the page to another page itself. But if it is another route that is handled by this page specifically, yeah. So we're gonna cancel the current request. So we stop any API requests on dispose. So that should be fine. Let's do it after we stop the timer and unsubscribe. Yeah, anyway, we'll try it out. We'll see what happens. The ultimate goal, the ultimate warrior, was to make this an auto prop. And this is in source control, so I'm okay with trying it. We can always just undo change. Non-nullable must override, so you are... I mean, we can't even do editor required either. We can't navigate to this page without a view mode. Actually, we can navigate to this page without a view mode switch. I don't think I want that though. Let's just see what that looks like. Run. Run far, run fast. What did I push? I think I pushed Control F6, which does what? Huh, does Control F6... Actually, what is Control F6 doing? I don't really know what Control F6 does. It looks like it's just taking me to the previous file. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. Okay, what happens if we navigate to this page without a route? We get an error because it doesn't exist. With a route that is bubkiss. Okay, so we should be in view mode. We're in read-only mode. That is true. Because this could not be parsed into a TRN view mode. Good. And then if we manually route to view, well, I guess I should have done edit because view is the default. And yes, we routed to the edit version. Très bien. Okay, so we did ultimately get rid of the warning for this one. And that's the kind of thing that I want to do every single time it tells me this should be an auto property for a parameters should be auto properties. So that's nice. If you need to manipulate the parameters before the parameters are being set, use set parameters async, else use on parameters async. Yeah. And that's exactly what we're doing here. We are capturing the enum version of the passed in view mode parameter, defaulting it to view if it's not a valid parameter, and then doing the refresh TRN list, which at this point, since we are calling set parameters base here, and we are only performing operations with the existing thing, then that means that we can now keep our protected override, and we'll keep this lightweight at that point in time. So if we happen to navigate away, then we'll just have this going on. Okay, so I like this better. I feel more confident that this isn't going to result in any conflicts when it's trying to do set parameters. Because again, the thing that could happen, and we're going to try simulating that now, or not even simulating, we're just going to do it. We're going to fake it, is the user starts off on this page. I guess it won't work now because we were still loading. Oh, this is going to be really hard to do very, very quickly. I don't even have view mode for intermediate. Is that true? So like I have view archive, but that's a different route. View final? Here, TRN view is view final. Yeah, there is no way a user would be able to back and forth. So if I'm pushing back and forth, they're both using the same endpoint with different view modes. So it's the same component, and my assumption is that it's not doing the on initialize each time we route. Let's see if my assumption is wrong. Console right line. Wait for that to apply. You know what? Where is my console? So I can see whether or not hot reload is taking effect. There. Okay, so it said uninitialized was called. Yeah, so I don't think it is doing uninitialized if I'm using back and forward, and we're on the same component. But now I can't even see the original uninitialized call. This is all of our auth stuff. Didn't see it. Fedora 42 is out. Wish me luck. Scott says line 111 parameter view dot empty in the parameters. Okay, parameter view dot empty instead, since 105 already sets. Got it. And good luck, DC Aggie, with Fedora 42. I don't know the ins and outs of what that will mean for you, but good luck. Okay, here is our uninitialized call. I am navigating forward, and we don't get another uninitialized. Yeah, okay, so there's proof. We are not actually unloading the TRN component when we use the browser navigation back and forward to the same component with a different route. The only time uninitialized happens is if we come from another component to that one. That didn't even happen. Unless it did. Hard to tell. Okay, let me stay here. And then we go next. Yes, it absolutely did give us the uninitialized because we routed to a different page, so a different routable component, to this routable component. But in this case, I don't see a benefit in using set parameters. But I do. So you're saying maybe I should just go ahead and do this inside of onParameter set? That makes sense. That makes a heck of a lot of sense. Damn it, Scott, stop making sense. That's such a good idea. Making it so much more simple for me and maintainable. All right, but I mean, we still did confirm that it's going to be it would have been an issue had I not done things in a mindful way and tried to do the set parameters without all of the proper order of calling the set parameters thing. Because we could quickly navigate back and forth and cause an issue where it's trying to set parameters multiple times while it's still in the middle of an operation. Cool. Okay, that's taken care of. I still need to know why the get yeah, and that's kind of what I'm doing. I mean, I'm keeping my previous view mode as the actual enum value that was parsed from the current view mode, because I'm defaulting like if we change the route from some invalid value to another invalid value, then these should both be treated as the same view. Sorry, trn view mode dot view. It's kind of weird that they're reloading completely when I do that. So I really do, I'm like, this isn't going to take a huge amount of time. If I set the view, if I parse the view mode from the provided route parameter, then check to see if previous is not equal to the one that we just parsed, then do the database thing or API thing. True, but I'm also not doing async. So the alternative is task.completed task, but that's exactly the same as what we would get. No, I don't know. I'm okay with either. Whichever one doesn't trigger anyone else is what I'll go with for that. This works for me. I'm pretty sure that this is what I do everywhere. Well, then again, this was 3 years ago. And yeah, absolutely no worries at all. I really, 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 really appreciate you. Man, I was even talking about the role switcher 3 years ago when what? Role switcher, no, that makes sense. The role switcher I was planning on adding as a dropdown as well if a user has multiple roles. I think it does exist. I'm going to go ahead and give myself multiple roles just to find out. User man. The intro for that Moon Rising, is that what it was called? I already forgot the name of the anime and I said it earlier. For the Moon Rising anime, sounds like Star Trek. Or no, it sounds like the Olympics opener, but they try to use a lot of Star Trek and Star Wars style music throughout the soundtrack. Okay, RTRAC roles. I am adding to myself the final and preliminary roles so that we can test those. And if I control F5 and we do our, maybe I have to log out and log back in, or maybe we get it immediately back. I think this error here that just happened is specifically from, since I'm just doing a refresh running in Blazor WebAssembly, or it is a type of donut. Yeah, probably from running in Blazor WebAssembly. So I'm gonna rerun the app. But we need to figure out why, after refreshing and doing the get details timer, which took me on a wild goose chase, this thing is not giving us the TRN details correctly. And I think it has to do with this. There are no sample numbers by the time we get here. It's not nullable. Okay, we need to be back in edit. And sample numbers is 0. So that is absolutely what's going on. Why is sample numbers 0? Because we don't have the TRN data response yet. So the first thing that we need to check for is if TRN data response has a return object. So force or current lab lot display is equal to the previous lab lot display, which it will be. But let's do... Does it make sense for this to not... Yeah, I think I added this and that's incorrect. It's down here where I'm trying to set it to first. Yeah. I'm just going to get rid of that filter. Okay, so if we navigate away to view final, navigate back to edit. There we go. That's better. And if I change, then we're also getting updates the way that we're supposed to. Great. We are back to working the way that it should. Congratulations, us. So the next one that we're going to look for are any other pages that have the list of lab lots. Why are you throwing an exception? You should not be throwing an exception when I do the cancellation token canceled. You should be handling it gracefully. Did that actually stop the app? Yeah, it did. So my process for using the cancellation token is throwing an exception instead of handling it the way that it's supposed to, the way that I normally would when I am using cancellation token source to control whether or not we should just cancel the request. So if I am by default throwing if cancellation is requested, I really don't want it to throw if cancellation is requested. Can I do that here? Like, can I turn off throw if cancellation is requested? Because I thought the only time that it would do it by default is if I turn this on. And that's not even by default. You know what I meant. The only time that it would do that is if I call this method. Because there is no override to say a Boolean value. Line 168. Yeah, so this is definitely where I'm canceling it. On purpose. It's just I didn't expect the token to throw the cancellation exception. Unless it's not the token that's throwing the exception and it is the HTTP request that's throwing the exception because it's canceled. In which case it is my service that I need to handle it in. It is. It's in the service. It's in the computer. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so when I cancel the token source, which sends the cancellation request to the token itself, which is being used in a HTTP request, that is the thing that is using the exception to cancel all tasks that are related to it. That makes sense. So we'll fix that too right now because I don't want to see it. I don't want to see that spit. You know? That said line 2007. But where is the actual first line? 195. So I am handling it. Right, this is also an issue. DC Aggie is saying software developers aren't very athletic. Instead of throw and catch, we should call it explode and contain. I like that. I really do. Is there a way that we can alias C# names? Keywords? Like uncontained exception has exploded. Explode new application exception. Okay, so this doesn't make sense to do anymore. Again, this was something that I used to do, but I have no longer, I've erased it from my pattern of things to do, which is if an exception happens, then in my response model in debug, I will add that actual exception to the response model, which breaks if we're doing it as an API request, as a HTTP request, because a lot of exceptions use int pointers, and we can't serialize int pointers without a custom serializer. So this would this would break if I was using a HTTP client to do this request. Since we're in Blazor server right now, we're in render mode auto, and I keep starting the app from scratch. Then we're running in Blazor server. This is not an issue because we're on the same context. We're not switching from a web HTTP request to a local C#.NET stuff, and we don't need to serialize and deserialize this. Instead, we're getting the actual exception back directly. So what I'm going to do instead is, if it's not already injected, we would like an iLogger factory, create and assign a logger factory. They keep going back and forth. They finally fixed the underscore, honor whatever you have in your options or in your editor config, wherever you happen to have it, for how you prefer your private fields to be named. They fixed that. But now they have this issue where when you tell the refactor suggestion that you want it to automatically create and assign your private field, it doesn't use the equal sign. And that also happens when you accept the refactor for things like, instead of using .any, use .count. They don't have spaces anymore. Oh, really? Interesting. So DC Aggie is saying underscores for private fields bothers me more than they should. I have gotten to really, really like them. So that's very interesting to hear. I'm going to replace all of these with a var logger equals logger factory dot create logger of trn service, then logger, and the reason I'm not getting any IntelliSense here, I'm not getting any code suggestions or anything, is because I have multi-caret turned on. I selected all of the retresp.add errors, and you can see that here I have all of the errors because it's not fully filled in, because we're in the middle of filling it out. But this will be log exception, log error. What am I doing? We'll do the exception first, is what my brain was trying to tell me. The message, I want it to be the message that was above, so it should be safe enough because all of these are standard. They look pretty standard. So I'm going to call this misj. And that's it. Just misj. So if I were to navigate to here, then I should be on the same line for every single one of these. I don't think any of them have multiple resp.add errors. I am visually verifying. Oh man. So I told you it was one thing after the other. Our motion detector sensor's battery was low, and the panel was telling us it was low. And in order to change the battery in one of the motion detectors or any of the sensors, wait, no, that one's fine. I thought that I saw something I didn't. You need to, we needed to call the alarm company, the security management company, and tell them that we're about to change the sensor out. And so I did that yesterday, finally, after it had been like that for a while. Wait, where are you angry? Oh, right. Okay. So anyway, we called them, told them, and they stayed on the phone with us to walk us through doing the actual alarm battery change, because there's a process of making sure that it gets cleared out and stuff. Yeah. So now it's constructed logging, even though the only thing it's going to print out is the message. Security company, there is an Aggie at my door with settlers and a large pepperoni. What? Why are you threatening to come over to the house? I love Settlers of Catan though. It's a great game. I might have to let you in if it was Settlers. Don't threaten me with a good time. Anyway, long story short, called them, got the battery replaced, and they were saying on their end, it kept saying low battery. So is it the wrong battery? No, it's still a 123. I mean, it doesn't say 123A on it, but Duracell claims that it's a CR17345, which is what the original battery says. They're the same size, they're the same voltage. So then I went and replaced the one upstairs because it was also low on their end, but it wasn't actually like flashing at me, it was just getting low. So replaced the battery on that one, and their system still said that that one was low, but when I checked the panel, both of them said that they were full. Or sorry, the one upstairs said that it was full, the one downstairs didn't. So then I swapped it out one more time with a different battery from the pack, and the panel said that it was full for both of them, but their system was still registering as not full. This is the short version of the story. I promise. I'm leaving out a bunch of details that I would normally say. So they set up a callback for 7:30 to 8 p.m. that night, so last night, so that a technician virtual call could do a virtual call with us, so that they can like see the actual battery that we're using, look at the sensor, see if there are any issues with the sensor itself. We went through the whole process again where they actually removed the sensors from our system. We did the power cycle thing where we took the battery out, we held down the little sensor, or not the sensor, the tamper tab thingy on back, so that we could clear the capacitor and make sure that the memory was completely clear and whatever else they said. Put it all back together. They still see 20%. Panel says 100% for both of them. And they couldn't figure it out. And so they're like, we think it's just something on our end. So it's not us, it's not you, it's us. finished with that. And then I told him about the doorbell too, because I talked with the first person and I said, our doorbell has been since the beginning doing this weird thing where it just stops communicating with our system. It says it's got a low battery. When I looked at it at that point in time, it specifically said temperature. So we have a Ring doorbell. I think it's a Ring. We have whatever the normal doorbells are that security companies give you. We have one of those, and it often just disconnects. It doesn't record anything, and it doesn't let me connect to it so that I can look outside. And I didn't actually realize that it was happening at a specific time of day under specific conditions. And so when it said temperature warning, and I told the second technician that, the one that had the video call stuff, he's like, well, yeah, so we recommend to people, and this is like Jern's normie voice. I don't know why this guy has a normie voice, because he was really cool. He was very helpful, so I don't want to make fun of him, but I'm going to use a normie voice for him. Yeah, so we tell people that, during the hotter months and the colder months, extreme temperatures, that they should just take their doorbell off, because the temperature rating for them is like 32 degrees to 107 degrees Fahrenheit. And I'm like, huh? I live in Colorado. Our house faces west, and we get the extremes of temperatures. We get below 0 temperatures, and we get above 100 temperatures. And you're telling me that the doorbell is rated to only work from 32 degrees to 107 degrees? That kind of seems like a design flaw, because it's going to be sitting there facing the sun for half of the day at the hottest part of the day, and it's just not going to work for that period of time. That sounds like poor design. Anyway, that's my story. I thought it was interesting and fun to share. So we've updated the use of the logger in this thing. The other thing that is happening is on the server, I don't know why I went to the client, but on the server, it is not handling the token canceling. So we need to be on the server implementation of this service. And it is handling it. And we are using the logger to handle the exception. Oh, this is the client side, which is why I was okay with doing represp.add error exception. Whatever. We don't need to add the exception directly to the client return response object. We can use logger on client and it'll log to our console just fine. The things I used to do. This does not look like it has any error handling for things like get return. What? And the other thing is, hello, Matt. The other thing is that these are not asking for a cancellation token. What? 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 All right, let's find out which method it was again and add the cancellation token parameter. Tunnel vision, and I was blanking out for a second, but we're back. It is asking for a cancellation token. It is get import TRN details, which is not part of TRN service. Because that's part of the TRN data helper. I am so blind right now. This is in TRN data helper. It is asking for a cancellation token, but it's coming from TRN service get TRN details. Okay, so this one is also asking for a cancellation token, which is good, but for whatever reason, we aren't handling cancellation properly. We're handling all exceptions. So again, this is not something that I do currently. It is just what I was doing at the time before I knew better. But this would be something more along the lines of if, not if, switch, exception. Was I doing it as just a regular switch? Yeah, it's a switch. Switch statement, not a switch expression. And this would be in the case of operation canceled exception, which should also handle task canceled exception. We'll do this. Then case else, not case else. VB, anyone? Default. Would be to throw, because I want to see all of the exceptions that I am not expecting to be thrown. So in the case of task canceled exception, we don't care. Oh, right. But in this case, we do care. In this case, we do care about the exception, and we this is only going to be added for the exceptions that we are expecting to happen, which there shouldn't be any other exceptions. The ones that might happen are the database is unavailable. So we get some kind of connection error to the database. What's default? Where do you see default? Oh, because that's what you get instead of case else. Because my brain was worrying and not processing, and you were helping me out. So thank you. But what's going on, Matt? How's your day going? How are things? Matt. Am I even calling you the right name? Are you someone who told me to call you something completely different? Throwing an already caught exception is fine, Scott. Yes, I could do things like only catch the operation canceled exception, but the pattern that I like the most is catching all of the exceptions, handling the specific exceptions that I want to handle here, because there will be more. So there will be the entity framework one for when the database is not available. I want to handle that. And then add it to my response model to say the database was not reachable. If there was a duplicate key added or a foreign key exception, I want to handle those as well. And I don't want to have multiple catch things because I'm going to do this over and over for every single one of them. Instead, I'll do this once for every exception and then write my special logic for each of those individual exceptions with a default of if it's not one that I'm expecting, then I want to throw it, crash the application, make me handle it kind of situation. Right, so DC Aggie, that's why I explained that whole thing is because I'm expecting to have more cases here. Doing front end? No, not today. We will eventually. Johnny the Carrot. Awesome name. Man, that was really fun to say. Thank you for having that name. I'd add the exceptional exception you didn't handle in the RET-RESP. Yeah, the issue with that is if I do my add error EX here, then if I'm on the client and we have a HTTP request and it tries to serialize the exception object, I'm going to get an JSON serialization error because it can't serialize int pointer, which a lot of exceptions use. And that's why I swapped it back to using only the logger itself, because that'll print out to the console and then I'll be able to see it. If this is running in production, then I'll be able to see it in the event log, because I use event log as one of my syncs. Event viewer, you know what I mean. But again, I will happily listen to any counter arguments to that, and then if you convince me, I will just do each individual one repeated. Oh, just the message and inner message. Oh yeah, I mean that I could do that right here. Oh, right. And this is actually a string format, which in this case, like the reason that I left it as string format was because I was wanting to just copy and paste. I did all of the exception lines at the same time. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And yes, you're right, Johnny. So we'll talk about that in a second. Let me finish responding regarding this topic. But yeah, in this case, I would use the interpolated string. Because again, I would turn this into a variable, reuse it in multiple places, and then do string.format, but yeah. ex.type, get type. And the other thing is I would want to do more things like see the inner exception in the stack trace, but yeah, I don't know. Stuff is finished compiling. See if it crashes. We'll see if the toString just gives us the, I don't know, the stuff. Dang it, I can't word right now. There's so much chat happening that I want to respond to. Okay, so toString for the exception object is good enough in some cases where you would serialize. Cool. Oh, we'll get the stack too with just toString. All right, so I'm going to toString it only and not do the message instead. Use the structured logging tool that can, I mean, that's what I'm doing. So I'm using logging here, and then Scott recommended that on the exceptional exceptions that I'm not handling to go ahead and add it to the response object. It's just I can't send back the exception itself because that has unserializable things. But back up to Matt's response to how are you doing? Recently got a split keyboard, so I have to relearn how to type. Living on monkey type for the last week. Awesome. And then Johnny came in. Thank you so much for the follow, for those of you that did follow. I turned off showing the names in case you just wanted to follow anonymously. Be quiet in the background and just lurk and enjoy the vibes. Hopefully you're enjoying. But DC Aggie said the toString for exception object. Oh, wait, higher. Johnny came in, said doing front end. We will do front end for this application eventually. I manage many applications. I am more of a middle tier back end developer. But like some of the sample applications that have UI that looks a little bit better than this one are the DDMS site. So all of these applications are used internally in the company that I am a contractor for and managing their applications for. Yes, it is okay that I am streaming the application development process because none of it is extremely proprietary IP type stuff. It's all just standard .NET development. We aren't coming up with new methodologies and stuff that we need to patent and copyright and stuff. But some of the content I do want to not display, of course, but the code itself should be fine. So this is one of the many applications. This one deals with storing and retrieving documents that are used for like compliance documents, records of events that have happened in the past. We go back as far as like 1960s. We have scanned documents from then. The documents are searchable using this special DT search syntax. I want to improve that. That's one of the many things on my list of things to do. Another application is the one that we use for generating the reports needed for our compliance reports. We are an environmental remediation type of site where there was a big environmental disaster that happened a long time ago. It got cleaned up, and now we're just monitoring it, making sure that none of the analytes, none of the chemicals and stuff, we can't find higher than accepted value traces of that analyte in our water, soil, and air samples and stuff. But this one shows the location of all of the wells across the site. The site is open to the public. You can visit the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, take a drive. We actually did a virtual drive around it a couple of community days ago, or maybe it was even during a regular stream, but we drove around the wildlife drive using Google Maps and saw the site, the place. But nice place to drive. There are tons of trails. There's one trail especially that goes down here and next to this lake. Oh, it's such a nice lake. It's so good. Or maybe it was this one. Might be this one, because I think the range is over here. So you can drive out to here. There's a parking area right across from the lake, and take the trail. It's very nice. It's a very walkable place. There's a lot of wildlife though, so be careful of deer and pigs and stuff. Cool place. But anyway, this generates a whole bunch of charts and reports that get compiled together for annual summary reports, quarterly reports, once in 5-year reports, twice in 5-year reports. Just a whole bunch of really interesting compliance type reports that we need to do. This also shows if you have a site selected, for example, this one, you can see a diagram. Oh, do we actually need to add it? Weird. I need to fix that button like yesterday, but that should have added it here. Why we're getting 2 results for that site, I have no idea. But anyway, when it's selected, you can see the cross diagram of how it's constructed, how deep down it is, the most recent water level reading, where the filter pack is, and then where the top of the ground is. The alluvium is just the ground that is above the bedrock. All of this stuff. So it's really cool. Really fun stuff to work on. It's all going to Blazor. It started off as JSP. A lot of the designs were from what the original applications looked like when they were JSP, and I just kind of lifted and shifted them over to MVC, and now we're going to Blazor, and I'm trying to modernize them at the same time. So we're working on an app that is specific to when we send samples out to labs. The labs perform the tests on those samples and then send us back the results. They put those results into this system. We added a new way to get results back from the labs because they aren't using this TRN file that we used to use. And we're trying to adapt that to this site. It's currently deployed as a .NET Framework 4.7.2 MVC application, and we're changing it to Blazor. Ha! Now I'm going to try to catch up on chat. But Johnny says, I'm waiting on my stuff to finish compiling. Scott says, I'm not storing exception object in mine, just exception message, inner exception message, and stack trace. The toString for exception objects is good enough in some cases where you would serialize and contains more information than just message. That's a massive. Oh yeah. So again, with the lift and shift, a lot of the controllers and stuff, when I was doing MVC, I didn't know better, and I put everything inside of the controllers, and I kind of just took the stuff over from the JSP, the way that they wrote the Java backend for that, and put that into controllers. That resulted in massive C# files. This one is 4,000. In DDMS, there are 8,000, 9,000 line files. Not great. We're going to improve on that together, provided I get to continue working on these projects, which I am loving, by the way. So this one was just recently moved over from MVC, that original conversion that I did, to Blazor. And again, I just copied a lot of the stuff over, brought it up to .NET Core so that we could run it. And we'll be refactoring and moving things around and making these files better. So that's a massive file. Johnny's SRP senses are tingling. Single responsibility policy. I don't know what the P stands for in that. It is. My stuff finished compiling. Yay! Let's see if it crashes. Keep us apprised. Principle. Thank you. ToString is pretty good. You'll get stack 2. Better yet is to use a structured logging tool that can handle exceptions. Absolutely. So we are. I explained that. Definitely. And segfault in my code. Great. So segfault, are you using C? C++? Or are you using machine level C#? Oh dear. Exactly. Is RMA Water a private company or government entity? So RMA Water is the name of the application. RMA is the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, which is now demilitarized, but the Army still has oversight of the work that's being done there. And Navarro is the private company that is the prime contractor to do all of the environmental services. ERSC, Environmental Remediation Contract Services, or something like that. Service Contract, ERSC, whatever that stands for. It is C++. So I am directly subcontracted to Navarro. So yeah. While the overarching contract is Army, the prime contractor and their subcontracts are not. But we also have Fish and Wildlife Service there too, which is government agency. And of course the EPA, they're on our backs. And then we also answer to CDPHE, which is the Colorado Department of Protective Environmental Health, I don't know, Health and Environment. And then there's also the CPDE or something like that, CDPE, Colorado Department of Environmental Protection, CDEP. I don't know. There's a bunch. Twice in 5 years, yeah. That's bipentennial. I mean, we literally have a report that is called Twice in 5 years. I'm going to search for this off screen because, again, some of the documents are not public documents. Twice in 5. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called, but it's definitely a twice in 5 year report. Which just means as long as we do 2 of them in a 5 year period at a decent level apart. Open. Yeah, okay. So it is called, so they're preparing for the annual and twice in 5 years sampling. But yes, Yes, it's definitely called a twice in 5 year report. I'm not making this up. I wouldn't be able to make this up. Seg fault, how dare. 8K lock file? Yes, 8 clock file. Thank goodness for the Visual Studio document outline window. And then Matt has a question. What's your opinion on private methods in services, as I have a few, and now that I'm learning how to test properly, it's hard to test them. It sure is. You could, I have a suggestion for that, but as I basically have to overwrite them in tests. Yeah, so you can mock them, but if you truly do need to test the functionality of those private methods, make them internal. And then give your test library access to your internal methods. But I am okay with them. Most of the private methods are helper methods for doing things like getting, like in most of my cases, it's give me the base query that is used throughout just about every database call that is a select of some sort. But I do have other helper private methods. And from a testability standpoint, you're right. It's pretty difficult to test them unless someone has more knowledge about private methods and exposing them to the test library. Maybe there's a way to expose private methods the same way that you would expose internal. So internal visible to this other assembly. Maybe there's a private visible to this other assembly. Scott has 2 opinions on it, which is great. Make them internal instead of private and use assembly internal visible to, this sounds familiar, or make a public service class that the private method will use and test on the public service class. That one's interesting. I don't know that I would choose that one. DC Aggie says, good question. This can happen in any situation, but especially when writing test after code. Some have the attitude that only public members need to be tested or that only members from interfaces need to. I'm skeptical of that, me too. There are testing tools that allow private methods to be tested, but that doesn't really feel like a satisfying solution either, does it? Depending on your situation, something like the strategy pattern or anything else that lets you inject objects that you provide. Your service, the private functions, but which are themselves testable separate from, whoa, that last one was hard for me to read. So you were agreeing essentially with Scott's last comment in that objects that provide your service, the private function, goodness, that one's hard. Strategy pattern or anything else that lets you inject objects that provide your service, the private functionality, but which are themselves testable separate from this. Anyway, he's agreeing. Scott's option 2. Yeah, I like the one that I would reach for is making them internal. And then making the internal private methods accessible to the but Scott says I would do option 2. And it's probably the more programmer complete way to do it, where you are truly honoring that these are private methods. And that they shouldn't even be accessible to any other members, even within that assembly. That makes sense. And Darun is here. Hello, dancing with the dino dance. Okay, what were we doing? We're trying to figure out why the method, we're back. We've been investigating this exception that's happening. Testing is more complicated than writing the actual logic, which is why it might be a good idea to start with testing, because you can write more robust code and only the code that is needed to satisfy the requirements. So you get the requirements, you write tests based on requirements. I still don't understand quite how to write tests before writing code fully. So like I kind of stub out the interfaces first, and then I write the tests based on those interfaces. And then and only then do I start writing the implementations of those. Darun is asking, how art thou? My headache got better. I don't have as bad a headache. And I don't feel like I'm out of breath anymore. I think someone gave me some energy. Thank you, whoever that was. Drink more water. You know, I have a command for that. I mean, that was a pretty good command. There it is. Always a good sign, and it's Friday Eve. Sure is. I need to find out what the exception was again. Oh, right. And we're having trouble because it's no longer running because it crashed. So we are hunting down an exception that's happening. Again, I'm going to say that I am unfamiliar with this code base, because the last changes that I made to it were March of 2022, I think is what we saw. And we only started working on it again a couple weeks ago. But I really, and since then, since the last time I worked on it, I took a new job. I worked that job, did a whole bunch with it, and then I came back as a private contractor in this location. So yeah, March 20th. Wait, that's 2025. So we picked it back up in March, but show me the whole history. Yeah, man it. Um, 2023. Yeah, so April of 2022 is what I'm going to say is the last official development stuff, prior to just doing a lot of administrative stuff. I don't know. I honestly have no idea how we got to the point that we're at currently. I don't remember a lot of this. It's all gone. No idea. And all of the code is so different than the way that I write code currently that it just feels like it was someone else that wrote it, and it wasn't me. But my name is the only one that's on the blames. So I don't know. Okay, we need to deal with this exception, which that one is an internal server error from shared client, which is that unhandled exception for the method that we were rewriting the what's it? Wait, that shouldn't be an unhandled, because we did, if this says task canceled exception, invalid operation exception. Invalid operation exception. Wait, did it say this the whole time? I don't remember what our original exception was. Oh, you guys can't see this. It's too small. Too small. I thought we were getting a task canceled exception, but now it's telling me that we're getting an invalid operation exception because our link does not translate to SQL. And that is going to be true for a lot of things, because one of the things that I did was, after we told it that we wanted to use .NET 8, I went through the entire code base and applied a lot of the code suggestions and cleaned up all of the warnings except for the ones that are this should not be a primary constructor, or this should not be a full property for the parameter. Instead, it should be an auto property. There's this one that I'm not actually using the Fluent Validation Validator component yet, but I know that I'm going to use it. But anyway, so point is that one of the things that would have happened is if I applied the, for example, the code suggestion to use collection initializers instead of new list of blah, or just new parentheses when I am initializing an IEnumerable or a list or whatever, then what? Then if it applied it, because I was applying a whole bunch of them to the entire solution. So I don't know if you know this, but when you get these suggestions, you get this fix all occurrences thing that you can apply everywhere in your entire solution, in just that one project, in this document that's open. I don't really know what containing member is. I think maybe it has to do with namespaces. Maybe this is a public partial class and it's going to apply it to all other classes of the same type, but that's what containing type is. Anyway, so it could be, but when you're dealing with a couple thousand instances of the suggestion, it's very helpful in the long run, but it totally mucks up your SQL. So if you're doing link to entities and it's trying to apply using the things like, instead of using equals equals, use dot equals for a string comparison, and then string comparison dot ordinal ignore case. Sure, why not? Just for example's sake, this is going to error because it doesn't know how to translate this to SQL. And so whatever is happening with this invalid operation exception, it's telling me that the query that is generated from the link that is being run on line 195 TRN helpers. I keep thinking that it's in the TRN service. From TRN service line 2327. So this method here, oh my goodness. So this is one of those situations where I have a private method that has the generic build the query for this specific scenario. And again, this is most likely done this way. It's probably not how I would have done it originally, or if I was greenfielding this. But this is probably a pattern that they used in the original code, and I just translated it over to C#. So my assumption is that we are getting import TRN details. Let's just verify. Yeah, import TRN details. And 195, duh. We had a line number. So this one here is sample number query, cannot be translated. And the reason why is because we're using dot equals with string comparison. And starts with string comparison. And how many places are we doing this? Actually, let's just look for all of the instances of string comparison. Holy goodness. That wasn't that many. That wasn't that many. Is there something that I could do to replace all of these at the same time without breaking stuff? If I can be productive today, I might play a bit of Dying Light later. Awesome! I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it. And if I see you go live while you do it, I will at minimum lurk. My wife and I might end up just watching some shows together. I love hanging out with her, if you couldn't tell. Oh, you're young. Your marriage is probably what, 2 years old? No, we've been together for 13 years now? 16 years? Sorry. She actually moved in with me in 2009, and then we got married in 2000. And she's supposed to remember the year. I remember the month and day. So I think it was either 2011 or 2012. And we really can't stand time apart. We love being with each other. Okay, is there an easy way for me to do this? My guess is going to be find and replace regex. Yay, it no longer crashes. So everywhere that we have dot equals any non-space character, at least one of them, comma, space, string, comparison, whatever else, parentheses, parentheses. We're going to replace it with dot 2, and it really bites because 2 upper and 2 lower, they can get pretty expensive. One of them is faster than the other, and I think it has to do with, am I expecting the majority of my values to be one or the other? Does that sound right? I'm kind of remembering this from a long time ago. Yeah, string.equals is better. We know. I can't use string.equals. Just give me the results. But we're asking for a comparison of 2 upper and 2 lower. Okay, so there is a rule for normalizing strings. Strings should be normalized to uppercase. Small group of characters, when they are converted to lowercase, cannot make a round trip. To make a round trip means to convert the character from one locale to another locale that represents character data differently, and then to accurately retrieve the original characters from the converted characters. Thank you for that. But use to upper is the rule, according to CA 1308. Okay. I don't even know if I can use culture info with Entity Framework. So that one I'm not 100% sure of. We're going to try it since this is a method that we're actively trying to fix anyway, and then we could just easily find and replace it. So to upper, which one should we be using? Culture info invariant culture. Culture info invariant culture. And then I'm using the double equals since actually this one I don't know. Can we use the regular dot equals, but we just maybe. So this is using linked to SQL, which is what the entire concern is here. I would leave it as is if we didn't have to worry about not being able to use string comparison culture, current culture, ignore case, or any of the string comparison stuff. But I don't know if the dot equals method can be used with linked to entities, or the to upper invariant can be used with linked to entities. But we're going to try, since it is less typing, less stuff. So I'm going to try first dot equals, then the next thing that, or the first thing that we found, dot to upper invariant. And that should be enough to replace all of the dot equals. And it is, except I made it lose a parentheses. Whoops. Okay. I'm going to copy and paste these because we're probably going to need to redo it again. Hi, Tyron. Thanks for coming out of lurk to mention that. I'm assuming you were lurking. And if you weren't, then thanks for just stopping by and saying hi. And we need our dot starts with. Cool. Well, I greatly appreciate it, and just know that you never have to come out of lurk. And I'm sure you already respect yourself enough to choose when to talk and when not to talk. Okay, so I've updated all of the usages first of getting rid of all of the string comparison and seeing if we can use dot equals and dot starts with and to upper invariant. So that's our first check. If this doesn't work, we're going to try changing from to upper invariant first. So yes, it looks like it's going to be the same error. Such a trigger for me. If you want to get me out of lurk to rage, just whisper into the mic. Oh, I will do my best not to do that then. I do not like triggering people. Sometimes I do it because it just happens naturally, so I will be more mindful of it. Okay, could not be translated because to upper invariant failed. So that's going to be the first one that we are going to change out. So all of our to upper invariants will become to upper culture info invariant. I never remember. Invariant culture. Invariant culture. Okay. Restart. And we'll go again. You are absolutely right. So the reason why, Scott, is because I have one database, the RMAED database, that is case sensitive. The rest of the databases, we looked and we verified they are case insensitive. So you're absolutely right. And hello, Shantanu. If I pronounced your name incorrectly, I apologize, but you're absolutely right, Scott. We should only be querying the RTRAC database, which is case insensitive. Dang it, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Restart. Okay, so we're just getting rid of that completely, and we don't have to worry about culture info and all of that stuff. Yeah, so the database collation for the RTRAC database is definitely case insensitive. We verified it a couple of times just to find out. I still need to do it in C#, so that's why I was kind of hesitant to do it everywhere. This should only be in the lambdas. Yeah, so here is where I am using 2-upper. We're going to change all of our existing .2-uppers to 2-upper invariant, because these, again, these are C# objects. But again, I am specifically using them in... Oh, it didn't get that one. In link, so should be fine. What are you doing? I am currently streaming my day job, mostly because I have been working as a solo software developer for a billion years, and I rarely... Control Z. Why? Oh, to Johnny. And I really want the opportunity to hear things like what we just went through just now, where I got some things that I just was overlooking that I'm sure I would still overlook even if I wasn't as anxiety riddled as I am while I stream. I would have still overlooked it if I was on my own. That didn't work. Git undo changes. Roll back. No, I accidentally changed the core header file, and now I have to sit through compiling 2,713 sources. Boo! But the type of work that I do is .NET web development, or web app development, I should say, because these are applications that are used by the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge to do things like monitor water levels and chemicals that are in the water, soil, and air. Because a long time ago, there was this big disaster. If you are interested in it, just check out, look up the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife, or actually look up Rocky Mountain Arsenal, and you'll see the history back from World War II and all of the stuff that caused. It was really bad. But we're at a point where the only thing we need to do is monitor and keep up with compliance. Keep up with doing compliance reports to prove that we are clean and that there are no bad chemicals getting through to the public water system. So this application in specific is the one that the labs that do the tests on the samples that we send them report the results of those tests. And it looks extremely ugly, and I'm sure there will be plenty of comments and stuff about that. While I am raw around that, as far as it's really hard to hear, because I know what the state is that they're in, and I know the work that we're doing to it to make it better. But at the same time, we all have opinions. We're developers, so they're gonna come out. All right, so we're gonna try, I did try this query again, and it was successful that time, getting rid of all of the string comparison and 2-upper invariant, and just getting rid of the 2-uppers to begin with, because we don't need them. Where are you from? So that one's kind of hard to answer, because I moved around a lot as a kid, but both of my parents are from Puerto Rico. I was born in Germany, raised mostly in America. So German American. I've lived in Colorado for the past 8 years now. Does not feel like it's been 8 years. Holy cow. Lived in Colorado for the past 8 years. Before that was the Pacific Northwest, and then before that was in the Midwest. You figured out that there were no changes and skipped most of the compiling. It figured out that there were no changes and skipped the compiling. Specs do recent. No, I don't. I was just born there. I lived there for maybe a total of 6 years of my life. Fluent German. Okay, so no, I don't speak German at all. I'll take that as a no on speaking fluent German. Correct. Do you have citizenship? I think so. I haven't done anything to renew my citizenship, but I did have dual citizenship when I was born. But no idea anymore because it's not something I don't go places, so I kind of don't really pay attention to that. We made progress though. We have data. Again, ignore the UI if you can, please. We'll fix it up. We'll get it styled the way that it's supposed to. I just need the functionality to work. And so we have all of the functionality for this page working now, where if we change the lab, then we get a filtered list of lab lots for that lab. If there are none, we need to do something about that. So if there are no records, we need to make sure to clear the current TRN data TRN management. If you ask me to stop that. I'm missing some chat, but I'll catch up here in a second. Get TRN details. If string is null or white space. Okay, good. So if string is null or white space, we're going to reset TRN response to new, which when we do refresh list, if we are at a state where user state active lab is null or white space, TRN response is null, or I don't know why we're doing that check, but or that check, then we're going to reset our TRN data response, which is the thing that tells us that we have values and stuff to show and share. Okay, what does that look like when we hot reload? Yes, when we hot reload, pardon the dark mode going to light mode, not that you can tell on this page. If we go back to EF, oh man, that's completely unloading. All of the records no matter what. So that's not the right place to do that. Especially since we're going to need, yeah, okay. We're gonna toggle the timer in this case. That way we'll do the get details for the currently active lab lot. And if that currently active lab lot is empty, like so, what? This is an object. Goodness. Let me catch up on chat. Oh, Fedora 42 and now Dying Lights runs between 10 and 20 FIPS. So if I play later, it will be on the Stream Deck or Windows. I'm working on Ladybird, says Johnny, right now, if you've heard about it. I haven't. I've heard of Lyrebird, which is what became Descript, but I have not heard of Ladybird. Or maybe I have, it's just not ringing a bell. Other than the movie, which I have watched. Ladybird browser. Ooh, pretty. Built from scratch, independently from Chrome or Firefox. So it is another browser option. Pretty nice. I like this site. A little bit odd with the image going off the screen, but it's still pretty nice. Sponsored tiers. Yeah, I don't know about paying for a browser though. I don't know if that's what that meant because I didn't read this, but I saw something that showed money and that makes me run away. But it's a browser engine built from scratch independently from Firefox or Chrome. Yeah, that's not what I meant. Okay, so I don't want to misrepresent it. Definitely read it for yourself. Don't have to worry about monetization. That was just something else entirely. It just means donors, donators. So this is more like if you were a sponsored link on Google, for example. But it's 100% open source, which is awesome. Very cool. I need to figure out what to do with this. So what do you default to? Just new or what? You just default to new. So we're going to do that. All right, what does that do? That hot reloads, right? 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 No? So far, no? It stopped running at some point through all that. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to, but I just like, I fall into the trap of you say it's supposed to do a thing, I'll expect it to do that thing, even though it is constantly reminding me that it is nowhere close to doing that thing consistently. Okay, so in EF, we don't have any samples or lab lots. Okay, so we got an error where we are trying to use a cancellation token that has been disposed. What? Where did the light go? Eerie. Object disposed at line 171. Just give me this. Here. Well, you're not supposed to cancel if the object is, object is disposed, but not null. Okay. My bad. My bad. Okay, so I saw the little thingy show up. So that time it did hot reload, but because I'm now running in WASM, I'm getting that exception. I really need to figure out what's going on with WASM, apparently. Yeah, this is an interesting message that I don't think I've ever seen before. Initializer, whatever this is saying, will be ignored because multiple runtimes are available. Use before WebAssembly server start and after started instead. I don't control that. That's part of the Blazor bootstrapping stuff. Okay, so that loaded just fine. And if we switch, we aren't unloading this information. Refresh list. Kind of. No. Stare. Oh, it's not going to work anyway. That's exciting. We're going to get this. Dagnabbit. This is going to be much more fun, in my opinion, when we get to the point where we get to actually make the code logic itself cleaner. Because again, it might just not be a good idea to work the way that I do, but it feels organized to me. I work in stages where all of the code is there and it should be functioning, but there are plenty of issues from the .NET 8 upgrade that we need to address, and I just want the application to be working first with the existing code and just cleaning up the parts that are broken so that when we go to refactor, we don't have to worry about, well, I'm refactoring code that's going to get deleted or changed anyway because it's not working the way that it should. So once we get everything working solidly the way that it's supposed to, then we'll refactor some more. And again, I don't know if that's a great approach. It's just the approach that I'm taking. Okay. So you tell me, are you doing the thing, refresh TRN list, and then you, okay. So that's good to know. We are doing refresh TRN list, but it's exiting early because there is no active lab lot. Here. Which it should be telling it TRN data response is new. But then, wait, what? Oh, this is so confusing. I don't know how this page works. That's the long and short of it. I don't know how this page works. Because it's hitting this line. If force or current lab lot display is equal to the previous, or wait, this is previous essentially. If the previous lab lot display is equal to the current lab lot display, or the one that we're trying to change to, but they should be different because we're setting it to blank. Dang it. I'm gonna run it in debug. Go away, console write line. Nobody likes you. Actually, I do. Napalm is here. Hello, Napalm. Napalm, pa-pum-pum. Well, that was fun. Now my Azure Function Storage triggered events are correlated to the OTel traces. The storage files were created from via blob metadata. Gorgeous waterfall graph. Well, congratulations on that. It sounds like it was a journey to get there. And now it's there, and now it's usable. Come here, console. We want to jerk. We want to see you while we work. Did you make friends along the way? Kind of seems like he would. That sounds like a feat. Okay, don't care about the first load. I don't care about switching to ones that have lab lot display. I care about switching from when there are lab lot display, when there are lots for this lab. And look, there's my role switcher. That when we switch to one where there are no lots, where lab lot display is, excuse me, not empty, and we are changing to empty. We're grabbing the token. We're setting the current lab lot to new lab lot. If string is null or whitespace current lab lot display, which it is, we reset our TRN data response to empty. This should affect everything else. From our sample numbers, which is now going to be empty list, to current index, current sample index, everything else is based off of that. And if I recall correctly, which I probably am not recalling correctly because I'm just making this up out of using intuition, the rest of the form is populated by a variable, a property that depends on TRN data response, which is going to be an empty list. So by this point, we know that current samples has no children. Current samples.count is not good. Current samples is nullable. So current samples might just be null. It shouldn't be null because return object, I'm sure. So the Napalm was responding to our what he said and then what DC Aggie said by saying it's surprisingly hard to correlate things across asynchronous operations running potentially in different processes, other machines, etc. You don't just get that for free. DC Aggie then said, have I told you we watch the ranking bass Hobbit? Is that bass or bass? Rankin Bass Hobbit movie several times a week? I'm sorry, but I'm not familiar. But you have not told us. I don't think. At least not on this channel. If I was more knowledge culture things, I would know what you're talking about. Okay, so if TRN data is not null, which is not null, but the thing is that we need to check for is something with record count greater than 0. So an instance of a response object with a property whose record count property that is greater than 0. Aaron says to Napalm, Microsoft uses correlation vectors. Ooh. Napalm then said, there is no way to my knowledge to upload a file to blob with correlation info that is persisted forward via Event Hub storage triggered events. RabbitMQ and such, I think, do this though. Well, it's a good thing I'm using RabbitMQ. Oh. So I'm going to see if this fixes it. I don't want to run it in debug because lazy. And I think we'll be wrapping up the stream after this. Hopefully we'll get the, you know, the other thing is we probably need a status change so that this thing updates correctly. Because we might not want to filter on record count is greater than 0 because it could be the case that we are looking at a valid lot, lab lot. Why are you formatted all weird suddenly? What? Don't worry about that. Don't worry about UI. If you can look past the UI he tells everyone else but doesn't do it himself, then try to ignore it. Okay, so what is happening then is that we do have samples, which is why this list is still populated, I think, or it is a type of donut. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna guess it's a state has changed situation. So we're gonna get rid of this check because that's not what matters, because it is possible that we have a valid selected lab lot, but we don't have samples for that particular lab lot. So the thing that we really want to filter this on is if response, where's the one that has a lab lot? Cur lab lot. We'll just do cur lab lot. If cur lab lot string is null or white space. And I'm using our white space because I don't know if you saw, but the cur lab lot, we're using that lab lot display, which has a built-in white space character in there. So if it is not null or white space, then we can show this UI. And yes, there will be more updates to the UI. I don't know if you saw, but just about everything is in this UI. Did I go too far? I went too far. No, I didn't. That's right. What? This one here. Aha. Okay. So we need it in 2 places. Great. Come on, clear up. Thank you. So you are also going to get filtered on. If we don't have a selected lab lot, we aren't going to show this section. And these have to be met as well. I know, that's a pretty easy way to, so I will give you one chance. So that's not appropriate for this channel. If you would like to say things that are relevant to the channel, I will give you that chance, but otherwise I'm gonna have to like pretty much insta-ban you. I don't know why you would choose to join a stream with that. It doesn't make sense. But again, are you here for the content? Are you here for software development? Here to talk about software dev and stuff? But that is your only warning, by the way. Cool. Very cool. Very cool. So welcome in, Ben. What kind of software development do you do? If you are also a software developer. And what kinds of programs do you work on? Wait, there was another one? Or only that one? Okay, cool. So only the one. Thank you, Dukesoft. Yeah, so we're just checking on the UI to see if it's doing the things that we're telling it to do. Yeah, thanks. Thanks. Oh dear, that gets rid of too many things. I mean, it makes sense though. It's just that I need to have another, and we'll do this when we update the UI. I need to have another UI for what to show when the lab lot display is empty. I do tech designs for the US military, creating guidance systems. I can't say much though. That's interesting though that you would start off with a political statement, kind of painting a target on yourself. And you're representing the US military? Cool. All right. So I need a note that tells us when we get to the UI portion of this to add UI for when the current lab lot stuff is empty. No labs for selected lab or something. No lab lots. This is just so confusing because it's a TRN sometimes, it's a lab lot other times, depending on the type of file that you're using. And more acronyms, run away. Okay, anyway, I'm happy with the functionality of it. I am not happy with the UI itself, but it's doing what it should be doing, which is when we have a lab loaded that has lab lot records, then we can see them. It automatically picks the first one when we switch between them. What happens if I am using a different one? Switch back to the first one, switch back to the second one. It picks the first one again. Good. And then when we switch to one that doesn't have any lab lots, then we get nothing else showing, which means that it's updating everything the way that it should be updating. We aren't holding on to any additional references that we don't need to hold on to, and we're good to go. So with that, I just want to take a quick peek. Is there anything else that is showing us? Interesting that this is a drop down. We don't have drop down UI. Ignore the UI if you can. The issues with the UI. I'm trying to convince myself. That's why I keep saying it. View final data. All right, this is good because this is the same page with the same rules. Good. And view methods, which doesn't have anything to do with the selected lab. Add to archive. I mean, it's kind of annoying that they have lab pickers, even though we have a global lab picker. So it doesn't really make sense to have a lab picker. And then this report seems to be, oh, it's good. It's just that I tried to do a query right off the bat. Okay, so this will be the next place that we're going most likely, which is to fix whatever the SQL error is here. TSP has a lot of the same types of pages, but I think we took care of all of them. And again, I honestly don't think that these pages are used anymore at all. Okay, biota, same deal. So we need to get biota to update to filter this list based off of the selected lab. Noted. Biota. Supplemental file page. Filter by lab. So that's going to be easy. And yeah, whoever it was that was sending me healing energy or whatever, thank you. My headache is completely gone. That's crazy. And then another lab picker. Lots data is only an upload. Finally, methods. Army meth. Okay, so if I switch roles, we should have a different set of menu items. And there needs to be a picker for return to lab. Unless it's not showing because there are no finalized TRNs. Same thing here. There is obviously some errors with getting those. So we're going to encounter them again. I won't note them down for now, but the last bits of getting the lots to filter by selected lab are in the biota menu. So we should be good to go otherwise. I am absolutely frustrated and annoyed by this menu. I thought it was going to work better than the menu that you get in the original RTRAC. It's not even close. So maybe what we do instead is we make it an accordion menu. I don't know how that would look. I need to do some research when we get to the UI stuff for how do we make this not as annoying, because there were I was trying to go to this, but apparently I went down to here first and then I moused off of it and then the menu disappeared. So one thing that we did previously, Dukasoft recommendation was click on the thing to keep it open, regardless of where you move your mouse after that. That would be a good thing. In this case, it would be a little bit harder because I would need to detect whether a menu is being held open because you clicked on it as you're mousing over the other ones that currently have the hover CSS on it. It'll be fun. We're going to have so much fun with this. But for now, I'm going to end my day so that I can do my time card and stop my clock on time. Yeah. But thank you all so very much for being here. Be right back. Thank you so much for being here. Or as Finite would say, be raid buddies. Oh, I guess I don't have BRB on here. Whatever. You guys have been amazing. You're so wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate being able to hang out with you, being able to talk about software with you, getting some input, some information, some pointing out some things that I just blast right through and don't even consider, like, you know, maybe making a commit for the work that we did today. That would be nice. But I bet you can't guess who we're going to raid over to. Irish John Games. Okay, and also we didn't have very many. Oh wow, you're Daycon now, Dukasoft. We didn't have very many other streamers come in today, at least that talked. But Dukasoft is also a streamer. He just did a shout out for Irish John Games, you meanie. Wait, no, I did a shout out for Irish John Games. I meant to do. No, you did. Okay, I meant to do /raid. No, I did. I'm the jerk that made us wait. So I'm gonna wave because now we have to wait an entire minute before I can shout out Dukasoft. And I really want to shout out Dukasoft before raiding out to Irish John Games. I meant to /raid Irish John Games. But Dukasoft does stream. He streams drone footage. He pre-records some drone footage of his area, and it is beautiful area. It is beautiful footage. It looks really good. It's high quality. He edits it, puts in some music with it, streams it, and just has a great time on his channel. We get to have some conversations and just hang out and enjoy the views. So check him out. Very much a fail. Thank you so much, Kilobit. I love that sound so much. Hope you're having a great day too. Yeah. Okay. So how much more time? 24 seconds. And then we can do the raid. Actually, we can start the raid now. /raid. It'll take me that long to type this with one hand. If in fact this is my real arm that's waving. While we're waiting for that one to count down, shout out to Dukasoft. There's the shout out for Dukasoft. Give him a follow. Check out the drone footage streams. It's going to be a great time. I will be back again tomorrow for Community Day at 10:30 a.m. Mountain Time, which is UTC -6 currently. Also remember that TBD Gamer streams, which we shouted out at the beginning. He streams Monday through Friday at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, which is UTC -4. More .NET development. And he is a fantastic developer. It's worth heading over to his streams. He's working on 2 projects. Mondays and Fridays is developers.stream, which is all about having a platform where developers that stream can post information about their stream, and developers that stream can use bots to query it, use the API, show messages, and then regular users can go to it as a sort of repository to find what type of development streams are available. Do you want to find one that's in specific? Here's the platforms that they stream on. All right, and then the other one is Liquid Sky, and you're just going to have to see his channel, but here's the blurb for Liquid Sky, because I'm running out of time. All right, ciao for now. Enjoy.